Good evening. I'm Alice Bloom, and I'm pleased to be hosting LMC-TV's live election night coverage. We're watching and waiting for results in local races for Village of Mamaroneck Trustee and for Village Justice. On the state level, we're watching to see if State Assemblyman George Latimer and State Senator Susie Oppenheimer retain their seats. We hope to bring you results of those races as quickly as we know them. Locally, we've just learned that there were serious problems with voting machines here in the Village of Mamaroneck, and that voting results may in fact be seriously delayed. As we learn more, we'll share that information with you. Of course, we're also watching for results in the races for New York State Governor, Comptroller, and Attorney General. Again, when we know the results of those races, we'll share them with you. Our primary focus, though, here is on the races for the Village of Mamaroneck. So let's review what's at stake. In the Village of Mamaroneck, there are 3 seats up for Village Trustee. The term of the Village Trustee is 2 years, and the salary is $4,500. The candidates are Sid Albert, running on the Democratic Party, running for his first term; John Hofstetter, an incumbent, also a Democrat, running for his 3rd term; and Tony Pergola Ryan, also an incumbent and also a Democrat, running for her 3rd consecutive term. On the Republican ticket, Gregory Sullivan is making his first bid. Mary Polanca Voza running for her first bid, and both of them are running on the Republican, Independents, and Conservative lines. Marianne Ibarra is an incumbent. She is also running on the Republican, Incumbent, and Conservative line for her first full term. You may remember that last year she ran and succeeded to finish out the remaining term for Tom Murphy, who left the board. Now, for Village Justice, we have 2 candidates vying for the seat that Judge Lanza has just vacated. The term of Village Justice is 4 years, and the salary, $3,500. Alice Pernick is running on the Democratic line for her first term, and Christy Derrico, currently the Village of Mamaroneck attorney, is running for her first term. She's running on the Republican, Independents, and Conservative lines. Now, we have reporters at both the Democrat and Republican headquarters in the Village. Maura Carlin and Jessica Puzzoli are at the Democratic headquarters, which are at Roasted Peppers on Mamaroneck Avenue. And Brian Donnelly and Eric Lewis at Republican headquarters at the Mamaroneck Elks Club. So we'll be reporting to you interim and final results as soon as we know them, and if there's more delay, we'll report that too. Now, we're also hoping that we do have results tonight, and if so, we'll be bringing you the acceptance and concession speeches of Village candidates when they happen. And when the results and the speeches are all given, we expect candidates to come join us in the studio as they normally do for a recap of the elections and a prospective view of matters to be addressed in the coming weeks and months. It could be a long night, but we'll be here till the results are in, and we hope you stay with us. While we're waiting, we'll explore 2 of the most controversial subjects being discussed in the Village of Mamaroneck: the recent settlement of matters in contention between the Village of Mamaroneck and Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club, and the ongoing negotiations with Sport Time over the construction of a multi-sport facility in Harbor Island Park. On the Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club issue, you'll see parts of interviews I pre-recorded with Lisa Rosenshine, Vice President of the club, and separately with Dan Natchez, President of Daniel S. Natchez and Associates, a maritime consulting firm. Dan is a vocal objector to many of the club's proposals. I'll do a comprehensive examination of the Sport Time contracts with the Village, and you'll see an interview also pre-recorded with George Schieferdecker, who is a member of the Village Harbor Island Master Plan Implementation Committee. All of these interviews will be broadcast in their entirety on Channel 75 throughout the coming weeks, so please check our website for the times. You know, you can also follow us wherever you go tonight. Our live election night broadcast will be streaming on the web, so go to lmctv.org to watch us there. In the past weeks, we've had LMC-TV volunteers and crew canvassing voters in the Village for their opinions on relevant topics. Our reporters, Remy Litvin, Brian Kerr, and our interns, Tiffany Weston and Charlie McGraw. Here are some of those man-on-the-street interviews.
Village of Mamaroneck should buy a new fire truck?
I don't think so. They all look pretty new, and we spent a lot of money on a fire department already, so I think we've really taken care of the fire department here in town the last few years.
Do you know what the lawsuit about the Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club is about?
Yes. I don't support the development of the yacht club. I think we need to protect the waterfront. We also need to protect the sound. And what he wants to do is a little excessive, and if he gets it, then a lot of the other clubs around the community will also try to build and damage the environment and the shoreline.
All right. Do you use the Mamaroneck Public Library?
I do use the public library, yes.
And do you support the new building?
Absolutely. I'm excited. I can't wait for it to be done, really. It seems like it's been taking a long time.
Yeah.
But I will definitely look forward to seeing the new building. And the current one's too small. A lot of the books are in storage. You can't get access to them. So, yeah, I've been going to Scarsdale Library for now. And I'd like to see this one get done quick. So, yeah.
I do like the Village of Mamaroneck downtown. I've been here for, gosh, probably 30 years. And when I first moved here, there was a lot of diversity in the stores. Lots of shops, boutiques. There was a hardware store, grocery store. And I like having Molly Spillane's. I think that's added to have something nightlife in the village, which we have never had before really so much. But I do think we have an awful lot of, obviously shows you what motivates people. We have so many restaurants. They're all a lot of Japanese and Chinese and pizza places, and I guess that's apparently what does business or sells. But I miss the old way. I know that I think a lot of the big malls took away from people shopping in the little stores on the avenue, and I'd love to see more diversity, but I do enjoy the food too.
Yep.
All right, so what do you like, according to you guys? What do you like about the village?
I think it's like a very family-oriented and like community-driven area that welcomes lots of families, and it's becoming much more diverse over the years. It's a cool place to live.
I think that the taxes continuing to go up is a really big issue for the Village of Mamaroneck.
Any other issue?
I think that they need to figure out how to consolidate some of the local government services so that that cost goes down, and I really think that they need to figure out a way to make property taxes more fair so that people who live on lots that are the same size aren't paying such different numbers in terms of their taxes.
Okay. Do you think the taxes in the village are too high?
Way too high. Taxes in Westchester are way too high. One of the highest in the country.
Do you think the rent is too damn high?
Rent is way too high, man. Way too damn high.
I agree.
Especially around here.
Questions because it's such a phenomenal, multicultural, enthusiastic, energetic village that people really, really live the friendly village, and that everybody's been so wonderful and supportive. And when I was asking for help here, everybody jumped in, from Frank Soriano at the House of Flowers to Roberta Greenberg, a village resident, to Manny at Roberts, you just name it. Nobody didn't, Chatsworth right next door gave us their piano. Everybody jumped in, and that's what you find in the Village of Mamaroneck, people who care.
Okay.
Welcome back. In case you've just joined us, I'm Alice Bloom, and we're bringing you live election night coverage, largely covering the races in the Village of Mamaroneck. As I reported to you earlier, there have been delays. There have been problems with the voting machines in the village, so we don't know for sure that we will have results tonight. We hope we will, and we certainly will keep you updated. We have reporters at headquarters at both Democratic and Republican headquarters in the Village of Mamaroneck, and they'll be calling us and letting us know what the status is. I don't now know where the problems were, at what districts, and whether any machines have been impounded, but it is quite possible that we will not have results tonight, but we will let you know. Fortunately, we've got lots to keep you interested throughout the rest of the evening. As I mentioned in my opening earlier before, one of the most seriously contested issues in the village has been the controversy over Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club. Earlier this week, I spoke with Lisa Rosenshine and then separately with Dan Natchez about the issues. Lisa is the vice president of the Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club, and Dan has been a vocal opponent of the club's expansion plans for years. Let's go to the tape pre-recorded this week. For a good part of the last 6 years, Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club has tried to win Village of Mamaroneck approval to build seasonal housing for club members and guests on its property at the end of South Barry Avenue in the Shore Acres neighborhood of Mamaroneck. After years of acrimonious and expensive litigation, last September the Village and the club signed a stipulation of agreement settling all claims and allowing the club to build 23 units of seasonal housing. The club must still obtain final site plan approval from the planning board. Many cited the many decisions favoring the club and rebuffing the Village's opposition to the club's plans as reason to settle now, rather than to continue litigation they felt certain to have unfavorable results for the Village. In addition to permission to build the seasonal housing and a 1,200 square foot all-purpose room in the club, the Village is to pay the club $825,000. The agreement also settles tax certiorari claims and refunds the club $34,529.07 for 2002-2010. According to the stipulation, the club may build 16 950 square foot units, 4 with 300 square foot lofts on the beach side of the property, 4 600 to 800 square foot units inside the clubhouse, and 3 one-story units or 2 one-story units with a third story above each, totaling 1,500 square feet on the Otter Creek side. Objectors to the club's plans are still anguishing over the height of the structures for the seasonal housing and the fallout from what they view as misinterpretation of the local waterfront revitalization plan's description of seasonal housing. As background, the local waterfront revitalization plan, or LWRP, was adopted in the mid-1980s to preserve access to Mamaroneck's waterfront for use by as many people as possible. The LWRP created a marine zone which made beach clubs, boatyards, and other waterfront-related businesses permitted uses and tried to plan for their continued health and longevity. Much of the dispute over Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club's plans centered on the interpretation of the term seasonal housing and fear that if the club was granted permission to build, the floodgates would open and other clubs and boatyards would follow with more requests to create housing abutting our precious waterfront, limiting access to the water for the many. Earlier, I talked with Lisa Rosenshine, Vice President of the Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club, and separately with Dan Netches, a local maritime consultant who has been a staunch objector to the club's proposals. How long have you been Vice President of the club?
I have been involved with the club on, I guess, an equity basis and since about, probably about the end of 1998 or so. And my mother was involved in running the club and she passed away in '97, and then I got involved from there.
Okay, so certainly you've been here for a long time and certainly throughout a lot of the planning for the future. Now it seems that most of the dispute surrounding the club centers on the issue of seasonal housing. Mm-hmm. In the mid-1980s, the Village of Mamaroneck entered into or created a local waterfront revitalization plan. And we were the second community in the state to create such a plan, the objective being to preserve access to the water. Where people felt that, unlike some communities where there were condos set up all around the water, what we value here is access to the most number of people possible. Mm-hmm. And a marine zone was created that included all of the clubs and the boatyards, and the objective being to help them flourish and to see that they remained in their present uses and didn't get sold off for condominiums or other kind of uses that would limit the access to the water. It seems that much of the dispute between the club and the village has centered on the definition of seasonal housing. How do you interpret that term?
We interpret seasonal housing that, as it says clearly in the zoning code, that it is for members and guests. And seasonal for us is, we consider mostly the boating season in terms of that, is that the boats go in the water sometime at the beginning of April, and they come out of the water sometime at the end of October, mid-November, depending on the weather. So that's how we interpret seasonal.
And how do objectors to the club's plan interpret seasonal?
You would really have to ask them as to how they interpret it. We've had so many different people coming and give different reactions, but nobody has particularly given an exact date or time in terms of that timeline.
Do you think that they felt that seasonal housing meant seasonal as far as the spring till the fall, or were they talking? I've heard some interpretations that were, it only means for housing for people who were providing services to the club.
There's a separate provision for staff housing, for employee housing, and that is also in the code. We do have employees living here. We have employees living here around the year-round, because we have different things that we do here year-round in terms of dining and that type of thing. In terms of the seasonal residences, they are expressly provided for members and guests, and our members are using tennis courts, they're using their boats as soon as the weather is good enough to get out and enjoy the weather. I mean, everyone wants to have as long a season as possible because they want to go out, they want to recreate, they want to enjoy the waterfront, they want to enjoy the club, which is what we want.
Now, why is the creation of additional housing, what you're calling seasonal housing, why is seasonal housing important to the club?
Well, what we're trying to do is provide for our members what they've been asking for. We have a lot of members who've been here for years who now have a primary residence in Florida instead of here, and then they come back up north for the summer and spring, summer, fall, and they would be thrilled to be able to sell their home and to come here and to stay on the property, visit with their family members, use the facilities here, and then be able to go back down to Florida during the winter months. So that's one of the reasons for the seasonal residences. The other one is we believe that this will serve a need within the community, whether it means some new members who will be brought in because of this, whether it means other members who live in New York City or live in New Jersey who may have a boat, and instead of staying on their boat if the weather's not good or the boat's not big enough, they can now stay here during that time period and not have to go back and forth. Or somebody with young kids, members who have young kids who instead of driving back and forth every weekend or instead of taking a place in the Hamptons, let's say, they can come and stay here and be out of the city or out of whatever. It'll be a separate situation for them, a second place for them to be and to recreate during the summer months. During the
summer months, so we're saying April
through November, yes.
Okay. Will everyone who lives at the club be a member of the club?
Absolutely. And these units are rental basis for the season. They are not. They will be owned by the club. They are not to be sold, and they are not to be occupied any time other than this April 1st to November 30th time frame.
So what will happen to them during the winter months?
They expressly will know that they cannot be there, and they either move back to their homes in Florida,
right,
or if they have places else,
the people will have to.
They have to evacuate.
What will happen to the seasonal housing in the off season?
We will winterize them so that none of the pipes burst or anything else, and they will stay vacant until.
So they would not be occupied at all?
They will not be occupied at all.
Now, will the members who are living in these seasonal houses be able to have guests or sublet to someone else?
It is for members and guests. Whether that means that the guests are their kids and they're putting their kids up, or whether and the member is actually the grandparent, if you want to call it that, or whether it is somebody who they might allow to spend the weekend there because they're coming to visit them, that type of thing. We're not going to regulate it to that extent, but you have to be a member to rent the facility, and we are looking to rent it for the entire season. We're not looking to rent to one member for a weekend and then another member the next week. We are looking to do this on a true seasonal basis.
Okay. Will there be any limits on the number of people who could be in each seasonal residence?
We actually hadn't really thought about that. They're one bedrooms with some with a den, some with a loft, some straight one bedrooms. One would think that we're not going to end up with 6, 8 people staying in there, and that is something that we will definitely approach in terms of that. Our view of it is that it's probably more a couple, most probably an older couple who may then have their grandchildren with them for the weekend type of thing, or not, as the case may be, or a family where they're, they've got kids who are probably 15 and under, knowing the demographics of how our
I guess
our
what I'm
membership
getting at
is.
is the control that the club will exercise over the use of these seasonal residences. I mean, some recreation facilities have found that people rent them and then invite lots of other families because it's such a great location. Come stay the weekend and you've got 30 people staying in one room. Not the way I might
that will
want to
not
stay.
be right. We will put an occupancy limit on it, whether it's 6 or 4 or it will not be above 6 or 8. You know what I'm saying? And the only reason why I'm saying 8 is I can't even imagine why it would be 8. It would have to be 6 or less in terms of that.
Now, how many units will the club be building in total?
In total, our proposal includes 23 units of anywhere from just under 500 square feet to 1,250 square feet. There's a mix of the units.
23 units in total. Now, I know
Yes.
some of those units will be in the clubhouse
Correct.
itself. And then some will be on the beachfront,
Yes.
and some will overlook Otter Creek.
Yes.
And the stipulation of settlement specifically defines how many units in each place,
Yes.
right? How many units did the club originally want to build?
We proposed 32 units in total. And we've now come down to this 23-unit number. And I'm happy to go through with you the number of units and where they are.
Sure, let's talk about them.
Okay.
Let's talk about the beachfront first.
Okay.
How many units on the beachfront?
The proposal that has now been submitted to the planning board, and which we're actually going back to the planning board this evening to discuss and have a hearing on, will include 11 units by the beachfront. The stipulation originally called for
16, I
16,
think.
sorry,
That's
for
okay.
16 units by the beachfront, and we have now gone ahead and moved 5 of those over to what we're calling the Great Lawn, which is towards the Otter Creek side of the property. So we will now have we're proposing 11 units by the beachfront. The reason for that change is basically we've been in front of the planning board a lot. We've listened to what they've had to say. We've listened to some of the community, and the planning board felt that the massing by the beachfront was too heavy and to lighten it up a little bit. And we were fine with that. That's why we went ahead and made some revisions to the plan.
Okay, so those seasonal residences, will they be freestanding buildings? 11 freestanding buildings, or will they be
No.
one building?
It'll actually be 2 buildings with an elevator in between with a crossover attaching to each of the buildings. And then on the bottom of it will be some sort of facility, storage lockers for the members so that they can store their bathing suits and tennis rackets and things from their boats, that type of thing. And they'll have storage lockers on the bottom.
Okay, now, you had said that those are under 1,000 square feet. I think the stipulation said 950 square feet.
That some of them are 950, that we have a total of 8 units that are 950 over there. And then we have a total of 3 units, which are 1,250, which are the 1-bedroom plus loft, which in the new plan, and what we've been discussing with the planning board, is that those loft spaces will be converted instead into dens that'll be on the same level instead of upstairs. And the reason for that is to bring the roof lines down.
Okay.
We've changed the massing of it a little bit. We've changed the dynamics of the roofs themselves so that it doesn't, it's got more of a variation and it's broken up a little bit more.
Is there a limitation on how high they will be?
Well, what we're proposing is our main buildings are about 34 foot, I think 4 inches to be exact, which is the main building height of it. There is a highest ridge, which is 39 foot, but that is all zoning compliant. It is under whatever height restrictions the village has mandated and whatever height restrictions there are throughout the state code or everything.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the residences on Otter Creek on the other side, because that is on a little tiny creek, and they do address some houses across the road. Right.
Yes, the way that the units are proposed at this point is that they're overlooking the Long Island Sound. There are over 100 foot away from the creek themselves, and their orientation is looking out over what we call the Great Lawn, and going from there, looking out onto the harbor and onto Long Island Sound.
Okay, and how many units will be there now?
Now there'll be 8 units.
Okay. Once again, how will that be massed? Will they be individual buildings or will they be connected?
That will be one building with some variation in the front. It's stepped back a little bit. It's almost like little blocks that are stepped back a little bit, and that we're presenting our site plan to the planning board this evening. Also, in terms of that, as a visual, it will not look like a block of 8 units. It will look like between the roof lines and everything, it's 2 units and then 2 units and then 2 units, all interconnected.
Okay. And how high will they be?
The building there is also about 34 foot 4 inches in terms of building height. And the highest ridge on those is also about 39 feet.
Do you know what the code permits as the highest possible height?
I think it's 40 feet, the highest, but that height is not the ridge height. And again, I'm not an architect. As I understand it, the 40-foot height has to do with the main building and how they calculate. They have certain ways of calculating roof heights and everything. Either way, we are under the height restriction of the village.
Okay. Welcome back. Now that was Lisa Rosenshine, who is the Vice President of Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club. That was only a part of my conversation with her, and I will tell you there is much more to come. Now we're getting ready for the first part of the interview I did with Dan Natchez. Dan is a local maritime consultant who has been a very, very staunch opponent of Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club's proposals. So Dan came into the studio earlier this week and we had a very nice chat, and we started out by really revisiting some of the history of the LWRP, the Local Waterfront Revitalization Plan, and why it was so important to the village. We're going to hope to bring you that tape in just a moment. Now, as I said, we are awaiting results of the election in the village of Mamaroneck, but we had word that there were problems. Apparently, all did not go well with the voting machines today, and there may be some talk of impounding some of those machines. We've not yet heard from our reporters who are at headquarters, at Democratic and Republican headquarters in the village, but as soon as we hear anything, we will report that to you. Now, let's go to the conversation taped earlier with Dan Natchez. Dan, thank you so much for being my guest. I appreciate it.
Delighted to be here.
Great. We have so much to talk about. First of all, we've thrown around the term LWRP a lot. Tell me, in layman's terms, what the LWRP is.
Well, it stands for the Local Waterfront Revitalization Program, and basically it is a blueprint that the village set 20 years ago of how to retain the beauty of the harbor and how to curtail development, make sure that the clubs and the marinas and the boatyards can exist and continue, and make it easier for them to work. That's basically what it was. It was just a long-term blueprint.
Okay, and it also made them conforming uses within the marine zone.
What it did is all of them were non-conforming uses, so anytime you needed to do anything, you needed a variance. So it was cumbersome, it was expensive, and it was retrogressive in one's thinking. So what it basically said is, all of a sudden, abracadabra, you're all now legal, all your uses are legal. What they did is they took away all the clubs, all the marinas, all were zoned residential.
Originally.
Mm-hmm. They took away all the residential zoning completely, and made all of the marine-dependent uses, their primary uses, conforming to zoning. And what it also did for the clubs, it said, okay, you all wanted to do catering. We're going to allow catering. This is no longer an exception. It's now one of the uses that you can have. And so here is an income-producing item that you can have and use. And that will offset the need for residential development.
Did these boat yacht yards and clubs, did they resist the LWRP originally, or did they embrace this?
All of the yards, I think when anything is new, everybody says, what do we want to do? What the village did is it brought everybody together, the boatyards, the marinas, the clubs, all the neighborhood groups. You had a committee that was well over 30 people, that when I was introduced to it, I said, this is never going to work. You have too many people, you'll never get anywhere. But it effectively did work, and everybody got their views expressed. It was done really very well. Everybody signed on to it. It was a living document that everybody, with the exception of one, endorsed, embraced, and really believed that was going to be the future for, keeping all of the marinas and all of the boatyards and all of the clubs in a viable economic form for the future.
So they got something, certainly, which was the conforming use. What did they lose?
The only thing that they lost was the ability to do residential housing.
Okay. Is that a big loss?
We don't think it is. I don't think the community did. I mean, we had a boatyard between Nichols and Mamaroneck Boats and Motors.
That would be in Orienta.
It was in Orienta, on the water, and it was turned into condos. And that's when the LWRP came about, because when that application came in, there was nothing in the zoning that prohibited it. It was zoned residential, so you do residential. And then people started looking at the entire village map, and every one of our boatyards, every one of our clubs, every one of our marinas, all had either all or portions of it that were zoned residential. So we took a look and said, long term, we're going to lose all of these.
Lose them as their water-related uses and become privately owned condos or homes.
That's correct.
Okay.
In other words, you could that's what happened in Fort Lauderdale, that's what's happened in New Rochelle, that's what's happened in most every community. If you take a look at it, what makes Mamaroneck so unique is it is the only open working harbor in this area. It is preserved, it has been preserved, it has resisted the greed of overdevelopment and change out of clubs and putting in condos, which is a nice gain for somebody living there, but it restricts the public from using it. And what the LWRP said is the clubs, particularly the clubs as well as the marinas, are all part of public access. It provides access for the public. There's a price you have to pay to get there, but everybody can come, not just a few people who own an apartment or are able to live there.
So it's not pure public access, but it's as good as we can make it, given the constraints of the economic situation, that people can own property by the water. Dan, I just want to move along because there's so much to talk about. It seems that a lot of the dispute between the Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club and people who oppose their plans for some development or expansion, I don't know what word is the right thing to use, has to do with the definition of seasonal housing. Seasonal housing is a term that was used in the LWRP. How did you interpret seasonal housing?
Well, I can tell you because I was part of it.
Okay.
And the actual draft of the LWRP did not have seasonal residences, which is actually the term that is that's used, not housing.
Okay.
And that's a very important distinction to understand. And at the last minute, we realized that Beach Point had dormitory rooms on the 3rd floor that some of their members were able to stay in, on weekends and, for very short periods of time. And we were concerned that all of a sudden everything else was going to be legalized, and that would remain non-conforming, so that anything else that took place in that building could run the potential of being a non-conforming use and need another variance, etc. So the seasonal residences were allowed specifically to allow that use that was in existence to stay in existence, which is interesting because what is now before us is sort of like taking a little crack in a window and running a Mack truck through it. And in 2004, they being Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht, applied for 32 units, of which 10 were supposed to be in the main building. Went through the application process, right or wrong, whether you agreed or disagreed. A decision was made. The board made a statement of findings that said that you couldn't have standalone units because it was for the environment and for the ability for the expansion of the recreational uses, it would be a major deterrent. And therefore, we would allow seasonal residences within the main building. And that was consistent with what the Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht asked for. They had asked for 10 units or 12 units, I can't remember which, in the main building. They were granted that. They weren't happy with it. They wanted more. They went to court, and the judge in the most recent ruling said, your statement of findings is not adequate. It didn't say that you couldn't that you had to have seasonal housing, or that you had to have more units, or you had to have less units. It said your statement of findings, i.e. your justification, was not sufficient. So you guys go back.
Whose statement of findings was
The
sufficient?
villages, the planning board statement of findings.
Okay.
You guys go back and re-review where you are and either justify it or change it. It did not say that you could that you had to have 32 units. And what is interesting is Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht's position has been, we asked for 32, we're now only asking for 23, so we don't have to give you any more information because that's all we're doing. We're doing less than what we asked for before. And beyond that, they're saying, okay, well, we asked for 10 units in our clubhouse before, but we only want 4 now. We want the rest in standalone units. Why? Because they feel that from an economic development vantage point, it's more lucrative for them. I'm not sure that it is. I don't think they have the same views unless they do what they originally had suggested, which is to line the harbor, with this, wall of residences.
But they can't do that. I mean,
But that's not what's before the village. What's before the village is indeed buildings along the beach that actually form a wall. It's now, instead of being 46 feet high, it's now 40 feet high. Instead of 280 feet wide, it's something like 220 feet wide. It's still a huge lining of the waterfront with residential uses, which is exactly what the LWRP said. This is not what is consistent.
Dan, it seemed that the Village Board of Trustees, or some members of the Board of Trustees, justified entering into a settlement now because the preponderance of decisions were coming down from the courts in opposition to the village's position. And they felt the liability might be enormous should Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht win in court. Do you agree with them?
No. The decisions, there have been some very adverse decisions. There have been 2 of them, none on substance, all on procedure. And that means that municipalities, including the village, either haven't been represented well and or have screwed up on following the law. The first decision that came down, from Littman, basically said, you guys haven't followed the law, you haven't done things timely, you guys go back and do it right. That's what he basically said. There are a lot of other things, but that's what it boils down to.
Curable mistake?
Anything is curable if you go back to start at the beginning.
So as long as you were given permission to go back and redo.
And that's what they said. You didn't process it timely. You didn't do it timely. I think that the courts have not really read everything, particularly in the last document, the last decision that came down that set aside the statement of findings by the planning board. Yes,
I just want to tell, because not everybody understands what that is, but municipal boards have to make findings when they make a decision. Yeah. And so the court had some issue with what the planning board had done?
Yeah, they basically said you hadn't given substantiation to the statement of findings. Okay. And part of the problem was in the findings document, which is a summary of what you've done, it referred back to a lot of things. Now, I don't know if you've ever read anything, or you go try to get a driver's license, or you try and do anything, with the government, but it's always, you go to one thing, then you got to go to another window, and you got to go to another window, return to page 47, which refers you back to page 62, which goes back to 180th thing, and then back to 21. People don't like to read that, and judges are no different, and I think that's part of what has happened here. But I can understand the threat of a lawsuit. But when you talk about a threat of a lawsuit, what you have to understand is you have a bully here. And I understand this is on television, but let me be very clear. you have a entity, which is Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht, that has a long history of not following the law, who believes, for whatever the reasons, that they don't have to. There's a long history of that in this village. And every time they do something and somebody calls them on it, they sue them. They want everybody to go away and leave them alone and let them do whatever they want to do. And their biggest lawsuit is basically arguing discrimination, and my belief is that there is discrimination, that Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht believes that they don't have to follow what everybody else has to. And everybody in this village is required to do something, and except them, they feel that they're above all of that. And I think that the pressure of filing a $30 million lawsuit against the village has left some people feeling that, well, it's better to settle because you never know what will happen. And that's true, but there are times in this world that you have to have the courage of your convictions. You have to stand up on principle. And that's why I'm fighting so hard on this, because I do believe there are times then you draw the line in the sand, enough.
I understand what you're saying, but put yourself in the shoes of the trustees, who have to think of all the taxpayers in the village and the liability that the village could incur if they're wrong and if they continue to battle rather than to settle.
I was on the board for 6 years. I'm familiar with those decisions. And one of the toughest things that we had when I was on the board is when we decided to dismiss a policeman, which has never been done in the state of New York prior to that, for basically working when they were on sick leave, on disability. And that went to trial. And that was, everybody said, you can't do this because it's going to get, the liability is too great. Let's just settle and make it easy. There are times when you get to principle that you have to weigh the options, but you also have to uphold your principles. And if you're not willing to uphold your principles, then you're not doing justice to the office that you hold.
Welcome back. Your timing couldn't be more perfect. I've just been handed some results in the village of Mamaroneck. Now, these are interim results. They are not final. We have 5 districts reporting, and it looks like they are 1, 17, 5, and 27. I know that's just 4. I don't know what the 5th district is, but let me tell you what the numbers are at this moment in time. In the village justice race, Alice Pernick is leading with 631 votes to 500, and it looks like 536 for Christy Derrico. That's at this moment. Now, in the trustee race, these are the leaders. John Hofstetter with 661 votes, Tony Pergola Ryan with 674 votes, and Sid Albert with 645 votes. Marianne Ibarra has 496 votes, Gregory Sullivan with 508 votes, and Mary Polanca Voza with 520 votes. So right now, it is definitely a Democratic lead. Now, let me give you some clarity. We have some information about the broken machines. Apparently, in District 4, 1 machine is broken, and it seems there is only 1 machine in District 4. So, 379 people, of the 379 people in that district, 65 had to file emergency ballots. I don't know when emergency ballots will be counted, whether they're counted tonight or at another time, but as soon as we learn that, we will report that to you. So right now, these are the results in the village of Mamaroneck. Again, Alice Pernick with 631 votes, Christy Derrico with 536 votes, John Hofstetter with 661 votes, Tony Ryan with 674 votes, Sid Albert with 645 votes, Marianne Ibarra with 496 votes, Gregory Sullivan with 508 votes, and Mary Voza with 520 votes. Those are our local races. We've also got word that Andrew Cuomo has declared himself the winner in the governor's race. News 12 is reporting that with 86% of the vote. He's attained 86% of the vote. Chuck Schumer has also declared himself the winner of the Senate race, the U.S. Senate race, with a clear lead of 92% of the vote for him. So that's Schumer and Cuomo on our state and congressional races that we know of so far. You couldn't have picked a better time to come back. But you know what? It's time to go back on the street. Let's go meet some more men on the street and see what our reporters got for us.
the old firehouse on Mamaroneck Avenue?
They could make that into some middle-income housing, possibly youth center. There's a lot of uses to be done with that. Right now, it's just sitting there. I live right next door to it.
I think what's going to happen is if you keep raising the real estate taxes every year, there's going to be so fewer and fewer people that are going to be able to even afford to live in the great town of Mamaroneck. You know, with everything going on in Wall Street and the economy, it's tough to justify paying whatever it is, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, sometimes $6,000 a month in real estate taxes. So I think it is going to be a problem.
I do use the public library regularly. I love our public library, and I can't wait for the new building to be open. I think that there are far too many layers of local government between the town of Rye, the city of Rye, the village of Mamaroneck, the town of Mamaroneck, and the village of Larchmont. I think those five could be easily organized into probably 2 governmental units. I wish the village had more diversity in terms of the shops and services offered on the avenue.
I like living in the village of Mamaroneck because the schools are really good and we get an excellent education at Rhinebeck. And I think Mamaroneck High School is a good education as well. The high taxes, but keep the essential services, like the police department, the fire department, the garbage pickup, and the education system. I feel like those services are really essential to the village, but the taxes are too high for them.
I don't know how much there is for young people like yourselves to use it. Maybe it'd be nice if there was a bowling alley or something.
That would be interesting.
Really, there isn't. I mean, the closest one is New Rochelle, right? So that would be nice, but otherwise they're very nice restaurants and things to do, but that's more for adults.
And what are things you do not like about living here?
The fact that you cannot legally walk in the park with your dog on a leash. And I think that that's something that should really be addressed.
Welcome back. I want to report our latest results. I'm going to do a recap for you. As you've heard, Governor Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo, has declared himself Governor Cuomo with 86% of the vote. News 12 apparently agrees with him. He's going to be our next governor. Chuck Schumer will be our next senator. He is an incumbent, as you know, and he has declared himself the winner in the U.S. Senate race. Locally, and I know that's what you're waiting for, we have 5 districts reporting. Nothing new from what I reported before, but I want to update you on the numbers. It looks like a Democratic lead so far. In the justice race, Alice Pernick is leading with 631 votes. Christy Derrico with 536 votes. That's in the village justice race. With 5 districts reporting in the trustee race, John Hofstetter has 661 votes, Tony Ryan 674 votes, Sid Albert with 645 votes, Marianne Ibarra with 496 votes, Gregory Sullivan with 508 votes, and Mary Vosa with 520 votes. So it is very clearly a Democratic lead so far, but remember, these are only 5 districts reporting, and we are not ready to call it, and I don't think anyone else is either. Now, these were numbers that were reported by our reporter, Maura Carlin, who is at Democratic headquarters. Now, we have lots more for you. We're going to be bringing you results just as soon as we have them, so we hope you'll stay with us. Now, you've heard some talk of the Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club. Another topic on everybody's mind in the village of Mamaroneck is Sport Time, and Sport Time's proposal to build a multi-sport facility in Harbor Island Park. Earlier, I did a pretty extensive study of the contracts in position with Sport Time, and I'd like to review them for you. Let's go to that tape. Some years ago, the village of Mamaroneck changed operators of its Harbor Island tennis facility and retained Sport Time, also known as Island Tennis, to run it. While running the regular tennis program, Sport Time also erected a temporary tennis stadium for the summer months that housed the World Tennis Team events. That stadium was situated adjacent to the existing tennis courts. After several years, Sport Time stopped running World Team Tennis at Harbor Island, but continues to run the indoor and outdoor tennis facility. In addition to programs for resident and non-resident adults, they run programs for resident children and pay significant fees to the village. Importantly, by most accounts, the facility is operated in a professional manner, and I haven't heard complaints about it in years. In 1999, the Village of Mamaroneck issued an RFP, a request for proposal, for the operation of the tennis facility and program at Harbor Island, and the development of a proposed multi-use recreation facility to be located immediately south of the existing tennis courts. The facility would be used for basketball, inline skating, roller skating, and would house additional tennis courts. The current licensee, Sport Time, was given the right of first refusal. I do not know if the village received other responses to its RFP. In February 2002, the Village of Mamaroneck entered into an agreement with Sport Time to license a portion of Harbor Island Park for the creation of a multi-purpose recreational facility to serve residents of the village and others. Sport Time was to operate the multi-purpose recreational facility in addition to the indoor and outdoor tennis program. They were given a license of 17 years and 4 months until August 2019, and they were to pay a license fee to the village, which would equal the 10% of gross sales, with a minimum yearly payment of $200,000 in the first year of operation, with a schedule of yearly increases. The licensee, Sport Time, was to spend $2,100,000 on the initial construction of the multi-recreation facility and other improvements, which are to include 1. Removal of the old tennis courts, the clay courts, and replacement with 8 new Lee Hydro courts, a higher tech clay court, installation of a 17,100 square foot multi-sport facility, and construction of a 6,000 square foot clubhouse with a rooftop deck, and the erection of 2 opaque air structures to cover the facilities in the indoor season. The agreement details individual and family membership, sets forth fee schedules with clear preference for residents of the Village of Mamaroneck. Sport Time says that 20% of the patrons of the present tennis facility are Village of Mamaroneck residents. There are limits on outdoor lighting, limits on times of use. For example, the outdoor seasonal day ends at dusk. Limits on fee increases, free tennis clinics for village residents under 18, as well as scholarship programs for those kids. Sport Time had to demonstrate its net worth of over $8 million with assets amounting to in excess of $32 million. It was to put up $50,000 upon signing the agreement and agreed to put up another $50,000 if its net worth or assets dipped below the specified amounts. I do not know at this time if Sport Time put up this money. The agreement clearly states that this is not a joint venture with the Village of Mamaroneck and that the licensee must maintain the facilities in good condition. No specific parking in Harbor Island is to be designated for the facility operated by Sport Time. There are provisions for renewals and for Sport Time's additional expenditures on capital improvements. Attached to the original agreement and dated the same date, February 11, 2002, is an amendment to license agreement setting forth that the first 5 years of the term of the license agreement shall be a program of only indoor and outdoor tennis at the village's existing courts, setting forth that the amendment Welcome back. I know you're engrossed in that particular presentation and we'll come back to it soon. However, we have some results to report. We now have more districts reporting. We have 8 of 15 districts in the Village of Mamaroneck reporting. They are in Rye area, 3 and 4. In Mamaroneck, 1, 2, 5, 17, 23, and 27. All of those districts have reported 100% of their numbers are in, and this is how it looks. For the Justice position, Alice Pernick leads with 1,032 votes to Christy Derrico's 906. For the Village of Mamaroneck Trustees race, John Hofstetter with 1,122 votes, Tony Ryan with 1,129 votes, Sid Albert with 1,061 votes. They are the top vote getters. Then Marianne Ibarra with 834 votes, Gregory Sullivan with 842, and Mary Vosa with 867 votes. Now again, those are 8 of 15 districts reporting with 100% of their numbers. So far, it looks like a clear Democratic lead in the village of Mamaroneck. Now, we've also heard from George Latimer, who tells us that he has a very strong lead in Rye and in the town of Mamaroneck. With those districts, 5 districts reporting for him, he leads Bill Reed with 1,303 votes to 472 votes for his challenger, Bill Reed. It looks very strong for George. We do not have results yet for Susie Oppenheimer, and I understand that this is a very challenging race for her. As soon as we have any results, we will report them to you again. Again, we will interrupt any tapes to give you results. So we're going to go back now to my description of the Mamaroneck Beach, to the Sport Time matter, the interview or the presentation that you were formerly watching. So let's go back to that tape. Village's existing courts, setting forth that the amendment supersedes any terms in the license agreement that are inconsistent with the amendment, stating that during the first 5 years of the term, the minimum annual license fee shall be $75,000, and that in lieu of the improvements described in the agreement, Sport Time shall expend between $600,000 and $700,000 in capital costs for new bubbles, heating, etc. And that Sport Time will expend between $75,000 and $125,000 in capital costs to upgrade the existing clubhouse and tennis courts. I do not know if Sport Time spent this amount of money. This amendment says that during the first 5 years, the village may undertake a planning process for the development of the recreational facilities at Harbor Island. At the end of this planning period, which I figure to be 2007, the parties may modify the license agreement to provide for additional and/or recreational facilities at the present location or other location in Harbor Island Park. This is the first time I saw mention of an alternative location to the present site of the tennis courts. At the end of the license agreement, the village could elect to terminate the agreement, and this amendment specifies how Sport Time would be compensated in the event of a termination. Stay with me here. It's complicated, but I'll try to keep things clear. In April of 2009, the village and Sport Time entered into a letter of agreement, extending the tennis program term indefinitely and waiving the village's right of early termination of the original license agreement. This 2009 agreement spells out a program of outdoor recreation only, including tennis courts to be enclosed, a related accessory building, and possibly a playing field, all in an alternative location behind the sewage treatment plant, the size and scope of which is to be determined by the village and acceptable to Sport Time. This agreement mentions the existence of easements that could exist behind the waste treatment plant and limitations on the use of Harbor Island Park, which may limit the type, usage, and location of improvements. But the agreement clearly states that these improvements shall be located behind the sewage treatment plant, within the constraints of those easements and underground piping. The agreement goes on to say that the village will assist Sport Time in developing a financing plan for the construction of the improvements, including the village's issuance of private activity bonds or other financial instruments to fund the improvements and necessary infrastructure improvements at Harbor Island. Now, this is new. The original agreement had no mention that the village would participate in the funding of the improvements. If the village assists in the financing this way, Sport Time will make annual payments to the village that will include the license fee and an additional amount sufficient to serve portion or all of the debt service related to such bonds or instruments. It goes on to say that the village will not pay for any portion of the improvements or financing costs or debt service related to the improvements, and that the village will have no liability. The village and Sport Time are to continue to negotiate the details of any improvements, as well as the license fee to be paid by Sport Time on the operation of the improvements. Village of Mamaroneck manager Rich Slingerland has been enormously helpful in providing me with information and documents pertaining to Sport Time's agreement with the village. Rich says that the village will definitely own the tennis and multi-sport facility and that Sport Time will remain a licensee to operate it. The expenses of construction are to be funded by revenues generated from the operation of the facilities. Part of Sport Time's interest in moving the courts is because it wants an additional tennis court. Also, if located in the alternative location behind the waste treatment plant, the existing tennis facility would continue to operate, generating revenue while the new facility is being constructed. And Sport Time wants a larger multi-use facility, some 20,000 square feet rather than 17,100 square feet. Rich further explains that Sport Time wants the village to bond the costs associated with these improvements because the village could get a much better rate on its bond, offering some 3 to 4%, where Sport Time would need to offer 12 to 15%. There are many misconceptions about the project, Rich says. For instance, that if the facility is constructed in the new location, a soccer field would be lost. Rich says that moving the facility will definitely not cause the loss of a field. The soccer field behind the treatment plant would have to be repositioned, however. With some adjustments, we could also achieve another field where the tennis courts are presently. We probably will lose some parking spots, though. It seems Westchester County has agreed to reduce the easements it holds in the park, making the move look even more attractive. Now, there's always a catch. Sport Time's present price tag for the relocation and improvements of the tennis courts, including 9, not 8 courts, construction of the multi-sport facility, the construction of the clubhouse to serve both facilities, and the relocation and construction of the soccer field are you sitting down? Between $6 and $8 million. They offer no price tag for the creation of these facilities in the present location rather than the alternative location. Rich tells me that negotiations are continuing and promises that the village expects to be able to make a full presentation to the public within 2 to 4 months, or midwinter 2010-2011. And he promises to post all contracts online for your review. Welcome back. Let me recap the results in the village of Mamaroneck so far. We now have 8 of 15 districts reporting. There's nothing new since the last report. We're eagerly awaiting more news. And there's a clear Democratic lead at this moment. The numbers are Alice Pernick with 1,032 votes. This is the village justice race. Christy Derrico with 906 votes. In the trustees race, John Hofstetter with 1,122 votes. Tony Ryan with 1,129 votes, and Sid Alpert with 1,061 votes. Those are the top vote getters in the trustees race. Then they're followed by Marianne Ibarra with 834 votes, Gregory Sullivan with 842 votes, and Mary Boza with 867 votes. Again, that's 8 of 15 districts reporting. Now, these report is from the Democratic headquarters. Mark Carlin, our reporter there, has phoned this in. Apparently, the Republicans are disputing this. Because of problems with voting machines, they feel the numbers are not accurate. We do know that the numbers represent 100% of the votes in the 8 districts reporting, but we do not know what the results are in the remaining districts. So that's what we have for now. As I reported before, Andrew Cuomo has declared himself the winner in the governor's race. Chuck Schumer has declared himself the winner in the Senate race. And it looks very strong for George Latimer, who is reporting that in the town of Mamaroneck and the city of Rye, he has a very, very strong lead. Those are 5 districts, very strong lead, leading 1,303 votes to 472 votes. So that's what we have to report for now. We're going to be bringing you results as they come in, so stay with us. We're now going to go to an interview that I recorded earlier this week with George Schieferdecker, also talking about Sport Time. Let's go to the tape. Let me introduce my guest. George Schieferdecker is a member of the Harbor Island Master Plan Implementation Committee. That's a big title, George. Thank you. A very loyal member of that committee, and you've been working hard for many years to make Harbor Island as user-friendly and to satisfy as many needs as the community can think of. Now, you've heard my introduction about Sport Time. Sport Time's current proposal is larger than its original proposal. Is it the best proposal for the use of Harbor Island?
Well, not in the opinion of the implementation committee. What we set out to do with the master plan is to create as much open space in the park as possible. And part of that involved a recognition that there was a contractual obligation to Sport Time. And the answer was then, or the solution according to the master plan, was to have them in as efficient a configuration as possible behind the sewage treatment plant, and not the sprawling configuration that they had suggested in the spring of this year.
Now, they've made other proposals. In 2007, I think you said.
That's correct, yeah.
They made a proposal that you found much more palatable and seemed to be more consistent with the wishes of the residents of the village. What was that proposal?
That proposal was to have 8 courts and half a multi-sport and a clubhouse, all situated behind the sewage treatment plant in a very simple rectangular configuration. And what that allowed to have happen was that the soccer field that is adjacent to that could then be retained with a little bit of reconfiguration of the roadway to the south. And then in addition, in the spot that Sport Time vacated at the center of the park, we could create a new field that was better drained, but could also function with a pavilion alongside it as a music venue or as any number of different things, but really be a kind of physical focal point to the park. That's what the master plan sought to achieve, having an open, central focal point to the park that was not a Sport Time bubble.
Now, we talked earlier about the need to balance the many interests for use of the park. Sport fields are not the only way the park is used. How else do people wish to use Harbor Island Park?
Well, I mean, the master plan, when it was evolved with a lot of input from a ton of different people. And that's one of the things that the committee always tried to include in any of its discussions. When we were talking to people who were involved with athletics, we would bring obviously the concern of people who were involved with boating in. So the people who use the park are the boaters, the kayakers, the people who use the beach in the summer. There's a senior center. There are the docks on both basins. There are people who just want to stroll the park. There are people who fish there. There is a lot of uses in the park, not just the athletics, and certainly not just Sport Time. So to balance all those interests is obviously a key issue for was a key issue for the master plan and for our committee as we tried to implement things.
Now, what kind Welcome back. I have new reports, new news to report to you, and that's why we've interrupted George Schieferdecker. We have 2 additional districts reporting in the village of Mamaroneck. Remember earlier we had 8 of 15, we now have 10 of 15. These include districts 3, 4, although I have some confusion about that. It looks like 1, 2, 5, 17, 23, and 27 in Mamaroneck. I'm sorry, it was 3 and 4 in Rye. And now we are adding to that 2 and 1 in the Rye Neck section of the village of Mamaroneck. Now there are 96 votes that are emergency votes. So I was incorrect earlier when I said that these are 100% of those districts. 96 votes are not going to be counted in this tally. These are the numbers. For Village Justice, Alice Pernick with 1,267 votes. To Christie's Derrico's 1,189 votes. Alice Pernick has a clear lead so far. For the trustee race, John Hofstetter with 1,362 votes, Tony Ryan with 1,382 votes, Sid Albert with 1,294 votes. Those are the top vote getters. Marianne Ibarra with 1,126, Gregory Sullivan with 1,128, and Mary Voza with 1,159. Now the question is, will there be results tonight? We apparently will not be getting results for Rye Neck, for Mamaroneck, numbers 4, 22, and 24. Now this just handed to me, so I have not digested it yet, but with 11 of 15 districts reporting now, we've just received Rye Neck's District 28. These are the new numbers. Have you got your pencil ready? Alice Pernick with 1,394 votes to Christy Derrico's 1,359 votes. This is very, very close. Got that? Alex Pernick, 1,394. Christy Derrico, 1,359. In the trustee race, John Hofstetter, 1,518. Tony Ryan with 1,533 votes. Sid Alpert with 1,438 votes. They are the top vote getters. Marianne Ibarra with 1,296 votes. Gregory Sullivan, 1,286 votes. And Mary Vosa, 1,315 votes. So she's taking a bit of a lead. Again, those are 11 of 15 districts reporting. We don't know whether we will have absolute results tonight. As soon as we know that, we'll let you know. These are numbers that are being reported from Democratic headquarters. I don't know what the discrepancy is. Usually both headquarters have the same numbers. And I don't know what the difficulty is, but the Republicans are not reporting anything yet. So let me go over that one last time for you. We hope to be getting a graphic up for you shortly. In the justice race in the village of Mamaroneck, Alice Pernick still leads with 1,394 votes to Christy Derrico, 1,359 votes. In the trustee race, John Hofstetter, 1,518 votes. Tony Ryan, 1,533 votes. Sid Alpert, 1,438 votes. Marianne Ibarra, 1,296. Gregory Sullivan, 1,286, and Mary Vosa with 1,359 votes. Again, those are 11 of 15 districts reporting. We are not going to get 3 districts, Districts 4, 22, and 24. So we don't know if there's going to be final results, but it's not looking likely that we're going to have acceptance or concession speeches tonight. I think that there's going to be a holdout until all the votes can be counted. But we'll keep you posted, so stay with us. We're going to go back to the tape of the conversation with George Schieferdecker, which was already in progress. Let's go back to that tape.
Was a key issue for the master plan and for our committee as we tried to implement things.
Now, what kind of weight do you carry now? I understand negotiations are continuing between Sport Time and officials in the village.
Right.
As I said, the manager claims that within a couple of months they'll be able to make a proposal to the community and ask for public input. What kind of weight will your recommendations carry?
Well, I suppose that's a good question. I mean, we've been around since when the master plan was established. We helped set it up, and then we turned into the implementation committee. So that's since 2004. We've been dormant, I would say, for the past 2 years or so, and that's primarily because there hasn't been any particular interest in consulting us about the master plan. We're still there. We have the kind of historical knowledge of everything that was done towards the master plan, and we think we can be a valuable asset. We're strictly advisory. We've always understood that. The trustees make the decision. There's no question about that. But we think we can provide a real insight into what the community would like to see there, because we've been through the process of achieving consensus. And we think we have a good handle on that particular historical perspective. So,
George, what do you think the relative merits are of Sport Time's current proposal? What would be lost, what would be gained if they do get the right to build this larger facility in the shadow of the waste treatment plant?
Well, I think what would be lost is the opportunity to gain more athletic fields. So that's clearly the sort of one direct consequence of what they would be doing. I think what else would be lost is somewhat more intangible, and that is a sense of openness in the park. And I think that throughout the process, there was a clear sentiment for maintaining the park in as open a configuration as possible. What would be gained would be more opportunity for indoor active sports and recreation. But I think that the consensus of the village is that we'd rather save the outside space for general public use than to have an indoor facility that's dedicated to a profit-making venture with limited access.
You hit on my last and I think salient point. I hear expressed by many residents in the village a certain concern or reservation about a private vendor operating in the park. We've heard about the issue that the village can't give away or sell parkland. and the village maintains we're not giving anything away, we're just leasing it for the use. What's the sentiments of the committee about a private vendor operating this facility?
Well, first of all, to give credit where credit is due, I don't think that any official that we've ever worked with has said they want to give away the park to a private vendor. That's clearly off the table. Then it's simply a question of what does that mean? What does not giving it away mean? Certainly, one of the things that does happen is when an entity like Sport Time comes into the park and takes a position in the park, it stays rooted there, as is evident by the fact that they've been there for as long as they have, or that the tennis courts as a private venture has been there as long as it has. So I think the committee is very cognizant that we're in a position right now to cast the die in a certain way, and that's very critical to do that in a very carefully considered way, and from our point of view, with as much awareness of what the master plan intended to do, which was to keep that in a very efficient and tight configuration and provide as much open space for the park as possible.
Okay, and so having a private vendor operating this facility doesn't trouble you. It's done elsewhere, and it doesn't detract from the use of the park by the public?
There are many people who felt that it would be a good idea if that wasn't, if that never happened and the private vendor went away. And there was certainly the opposite extreme when we were doing our initial work for the master plan people who said, listen, we can earn a lot of money by selling and everything. The fact is they're there, and there are contractual obligations. And they do provide a service, and there are many people who benefit and enjoy that facility. There's no doubt about that. But I think that the committee feels very strongly and felt that the consensus at the time of the master plan, which involved many, many people, was that that should not take precedence over open space.
Okay. Do you think that our village officials are cognizant that Sport Time is a business, and they're as good as they are and as good residents of the village as they've been, they're there to run a business, and that the village has the right to push back and negotiate, keeping in mind the interests of the public?
Well, of course, it's something that we like to continually remind them of. I think that they are very cognizant of it. I don't, I think we've got very competent people. I think Rich is a great guy. And, but one thing that we wanted to make them aware of is that there was a history in the past of an agreement that was almost made, brought to fruition, of a very much reduced footprint of Sport Time in the park. And that Sport Time had agreed and was in the process of helping to design that particular configuration. And so it should not be taken off the table. It is not a fait accompli that it has to be as big as what Sport Time is suggesting now in our mind.
Very good. George, thank you so much for being my guest. There's so much more to talk about. We'll talk in a couple of months when we have a real proposal on the table.
It's a pleasure.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to make sure you come back and bring some of your buddies with you.
Sure, would love to.
Thanks, George. And thanks at home for watching. I'm Alice Bloom. See you next time. Welcome back. That was George Schieferdecker. And I think we did a pretty good comprehensive discussion of the Sport Time issues before you. We've got some additional results. Now, it's a very tumultuous evening over at headquarters, both Republican and Democratic headquarters tonight, because of the issue of voting machines that didn't work and certain districts that will not be reporting tonight. But let me give you an update. The Republicans have now phoned in with numbers that are slightly different than the ones the Democrats have. Let me report them for you. This is in the justice race, again in the village of Mamaroneck. Alice Pernick still leading with 1,390 votes to Christy Derrico's 1,374. Again, that's Pernick 1,390 and Derrico 1,374. John Hofstetter 1,573 votes, and Tony Ryan with 1,607 votes. Sid Alpert with 1,516 votes, and Marianne Ibarra 1,340 votes, Gregory Sullivan 1,406 votes, and Mary Vosa with 1,377 votes. So it's still a lead for all the Democratic candidates, but the numbers are slightly different. Now I've got some new numbers that have just come in, and I understand this is now 12 of 15 districts reporting, and these are the numbers being reported by the Democrats. Are you sitting down? They're very close. Alice Pernick in the justice race, 1,592 votes to Christy Derrico, 1,551 votes. So the margin has widened somewhat there. In the trustees race, John Hofstetter, 1,730 votes. Tony Ryan, 1,745 votes. Sid Alpert, 1,633 votes. To Marianne Ibarra, 1,467 votes. Gregory Sullivan, 1,467 votes. And Mary Voza, 1,500 votes. Now, I don't know that anybody's going to be declaring themselves the winners, but it looks like a very clear lead for the Democratic trustees. There's no question about that. Something that wouldn't be overcome by 96 votes, that's for sure. In the justice race, it's very close. Again, I'm going to go through the numbers one more time. These are the latest numbers that we have. We do know that 3 districts are definitely not going to be reporting tonight because of problems with the voting machines. It's unlikely that anybody is going to make a declaration of winning or losing, and we probably will not have acceptance or concession speeches, but we never know what we're going to have. I know we're going to have a special guest in the studio very soon, so stay with us for that. Again, I'm going to recap the numbers. Alice Pernick in the justice race, 1,592 votes. Christy Derrico, 1,551 votes. This is with 12 of 15 districts reporting. John Hofstetter, 1,730 votes. Tony Ryan, 1,745 votes. Sid Albert, 1,633 votes. Clearly the leaders in the trustees race. Marianne Ibarra, 1,467 votes. Gregory Sullivan, 1,467 votes. And Mary Voza, 1,500 votes. This is a very exciting night here in the village of Mamaroneck. Again, 3 districts are not going to be reporting. Those are districts 4 in Mamaroneck, 4, 22, and 24. And it's interesting because District 4 has always been known as the bellwether in the district, predicting what the outcome would be in past years. We're not going to have those numbers tonight. I don't know if the machines have been impounded or what the legal definition of what has happened, but they're clearly not going to be able to count the votes in those machines. So that's the results for now. We hope you'll stay with us. Again, we have a special guest coming into the studio. I understand it will be Town of Mamaroneck Supervisor Valerie O'Keefe. So while we're waiting, why don't we go to a tape shot earlier, little surprise promo about LMC-TV. We'll be back.
Founded in 1983 as a non-profit organization, Larchmont Mamaroneck Community Television is your source of community events, entertainment programming, and public government education access broadcasting. It provides free facilities and equipment to community members for the creation of non-commercial programs that air on LMC-TV. LMC has 2 studio locations. Studio 1, located in Mamaroneck High School Palmer Unit, open 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., and Studio 2, located on 145 Library Lane, next door to the Emlyn Theater, open 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Mic test.
Classes and workshops are available to people of all ages and skill levels.
That's you, buddy.
Learn directing, field production, studio production, and video editing. There's even a summer film workshop for kids. You can learn to use a number of production editing tools, including studio and field cameras. Edit your videos using Final Cut Pro. Even produce or direct your own show. Classes are offered at both studios throughout the year. Day classes from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. are offered at Studio 2, while evening classes 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. are offered at Studio 1. Want to film a show or make a movie? Equipment rentals are available, as well as studio space and access to editing software. Both studios feature a number of cameras, tripods, and microphones. Everything you need to start putting your ideas on your TV screen.
Now we know what we're doing.
Both Studio 1 and Studio 2 depend on volunteers for a number of things. Volunteers can help with production, publicity, fundraising, you name it. Your ideas and support are always needed. Volunteers make up a large part of the LMC community, which is why your help is always needed at either of these two great studios. Everyone is welcome to come in and help out.
This is what happens after a show.
Want to watch LMC-TV? Residents of Larchmont and Mamaroneck can watch LMC-TV on Cablevision, channels 75, 76, and 77. Residents all over Westchester can watch on Verizon Fios, channels 34, 35, and 36. Missed something? Now you can watch videos on demand at the LMC-TV website. For more information on how to sign up for classes, volunteer, become a member, or watch videos on demand, please visit www.lmc-tv.org. That's www.lmc-tv.org. Or contact Studio One's coordinator, Dina Schumacher, at 914-698-6808. Or Studio 2's coordinator, Christina Carino Forrest, at 914-381-0131. LMC's Studio 1 is open Monday through Friday, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Studio 2 is open Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So why wait? Come in now and don't just watch TV, make it!
Welcome back. Okay, now as I've told you before, we have all the districts in the Village of Mamaroneck reporting that are going to be reporting tonight. Let me give you the results. We have 11 of 15 districts reporting. Nothing new since the last time. It seems like a clear Democratic victory. However, we do know that 96 votes are emergency votes. I don't know when they are going to be counted. And I also know that there are 3 districts whose results we won't have tonight. And those are Mamaroneck Districts 4, 22, and 24. There were irregularities, problems with the voting machines, and we are not going to have results tonight. I do not know how and when those votes are going to be counted. So let me give you the results as we know them. In the justice race, Alice Pernick, Democratic candidate with 1,592 votes. Christy Derrico, the Republican candidate, with 1,551 votes. Again, 12 out of 15 districts reporting. In the trustees race, John Hofstetter with 1,730 votes. Tony Pergola Ryan with 1,745 votes. Sid Albert with 1,633 votes. And Marianne Ibarra with 1,467 votes. Gregory Sullivan with 1,465 votes, and Mary Vosa with 1,500 votes. So it is clearly a Democratic lead at this point, but we are not calling it tonight. We are going to have a speech from the Republican Party leader in the Village of Mamaroneck, George Megardishian. Nobody's declaring victory. There are no acceptance speeches and no concession speeches. But let's look to George's speech for some clarity on what is happening. He's at Republican headquarters at the Elks Club in the Village of Mamaroneck. Let's go to that tape.
Thank everyone for coming tonight. We had a great turnout. Mic's on. We had a great turnout, and we greatly appreciate all the support, the volunteers, and everyone else who's been here this evening. Unfortunately, we're not going to make a determination this evening because we have 4 districts that have not reported. There's a good amount of almost 500 ballots that are still not counted for, inclusive of emergency ballots, as well as paper ballots. There is a state mandate out there, a state court order, putting all of the voting machines in lockdown until next Wednesday, when they will be opened and votes will be read, and then we'll get the official results. But until then, we're not going to make any predictions from this camp, and we're just going to keep our hopes up. Thanks everyone for coming. Thanks all the volunteers. I want to thank the Republican Party, Mary Ann Genovese, of course, Sally Salerno, and everyone else who's been participating all along through, through the campaign for everything that they've done. Too many names to name, of course, but we want to thank everybody for being here, and hopefully we'll have another victory party next week, and we'll certainly put out the word for it. Thank you all again.
Welcome back. That was George Megardishian, the head of the Republican Party in the village of Mamaroneck. And just to recap what he said, 4 districts are not going to be reporting tonight. 500 ballots will not be counted. In a little village, that's a lot of ballots. Now, they've obtained a state order putting all of the machines on, I guess we would call it impoundment. I don't want to use the word loosely, but they are going to be secured until next Wednesday when they'll be opened and the votes will be counted. So that means we're not going to have any results till Wednesday. We don't expect you to stay here quite that long. We certainly won't. Let me recap for you again the numbers in the village of Mamaroneck as we know them now. At this moment, there's a clear lead in for the Democrats in the Justice race. Alice Pernick with 1,592 votes, Christy Derrico with 1,551 votes. And then the trustee race, we have John Hofstetter with 1,730 votes, Tony Ryan with 1,745 votes, Sid Alpert with 1,633 votes, Marianne Ibarra with 1,467 votes, Gregory Sullivan with 1,465 votes, and Mary Voza with 1,500 votes. It's probably unlikely that the votes are going to change the trustee race. Now that's just me talking. We don't have absolute certainty of that, but the justice race looks very, very close, and nobody's going to be calling that. Again, the machines in the village of Mamaroneck are going to be secured until next Wednesday, secured by state order. And Wednesday, they will be opened and counted. It'll be very, very interesting. On other races, we don't have any further updates from what I've reported earlier. George Latimer was leading his opponent with 1,303 votes to 472 votes, and those were the results in the town of Mamaroneck and the city of Rye. Chuck Schumer has declared himself the winner in the Senate race, and Governor Cuomo has declared himself the winner. Andrew Cuomo, that is, in the governor's race. So I don't yet have results on the comptroller's race or on the attorney general's race. We're also awaiting word of the state Senate race, where I understand that Susie Oppenheimer is being given quite a challenge. We're going to go now to another tape of a man on the street shot earlier this week, and then we'll be back in the studio. Stay with us.
I'm Tiffany Weston from LMC-TV here on Palmer Avenue asking the public questions about the village of Mamaroneck and some ideas. So what do you think the best part of living in the village of Mamaroneck is?
I think it's a really beautiful town, and there are a lot of parks, and there are a lot of great stores, and it's just a really nice place to live.
It's a fun town, great place.
Is there anything that you don't like about living here?
Nope, everything's just right.
What about the village of Mamaroneck don't you like?
Well, I've lived in Mamaroneck my whole life, and the one thing that's always, that I really haven't liked is the fact that there's nothing for like young kids to do like on the weekends, and because of that, many kids are going towards drugs and alcohol, and I don't know, that's really been a big issue.
I don't like how in the village there aren't many things to do, and you have to go out of your way to go have fun, and that's why there's so many people abuse drugs and alcohol because there's not much to do around here.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
What do you think about the village of Mamaroneck getting new fire trucks?
If it's a necessity, I think they should get it because some of them are breaking down, and if there is a fire and they need fire trucks, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I agree, because there could be a serious situation where the fire truck could break down and that the emergency needs to be tended to very quickly, and someone could get hurt and lose a life.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think there should be any more fire trucks because we already have plenty, and the money could be better spent on something else.
Okay, well, thank you. Do you use the public library?
No, I don't.
So do you not support the new public library that we're building?
Not really. It's not necessary at all. It's like a waste of money to me, basically, that they could use on the school fields. So.
What do you think would be a good use for the old fire departments on Mamaroneck Ave?
I think it would be a good idea if we could have like teen nights sometimes and like have daycares there.
Okay, thank you for your opinion. As you can see, the residents of Mamaroneck have different perspectives based on the town's ideas. Once again, I'm Tiffany Weston. Now back to the studio.
Thank you so much for staying with us on this very exciting night. Now, as you can see, I'm joined by a very special person in the town of Mamaroneck, Supervisor Valerie O'Keefe. Valerie, it's been quite an exciting night.
Yes.
Tell us what's been happening.
Well, from the beginning of the day, bad things have been happening here, which I understand are not uncommon throughout the county and maybe throughout the state. I got one complaint after another that the ballots were not there, that they printed ballots that said Mamaroneck, you'd rip it off, then it said Ossining, then you'd pull it off and say Mamaroneck, then it would say Ossining. The machines didn't work. They didn't have enough emergency ballots. What they were supposed to do is not use the emergency ballots, but go to what they called the B plan, Pan B, which was the handicapped machine, which you can use if you don't have, your arms and legs don't work, you can breathe into it, and they have 2 technicians that are paid much more money to sit next to that machine. So you take your ballot, if it gets jammed in the first machine that doesn't work, then they should have gone to the emergency machine.
The disabled
machine.
machine.
They didn't, disabled machine. So what they did is they were giving out these emergency ballots. And then they were running out of the emergency ballots. So they were calling, where are emergency ballots? We need more, we need more. And there was constant back and forth with the Board of Elections. And then they said the Board of Elections told the clerk that the emergency ballots were locked up in a warehouse, and I think it was Ardsley, locked in the warehouse. So it was chaotic, to say the least. And there was really no privacy when I voted, which happened in the primary. The people can see you filling it out. It's not like Rockland County where they have a little wooden booth you go in with a
like
curtain.
a carol or so.
Yeah,
yes.
with a curtain and you fill it out. Then if you wanted to do a write-in ballot, the pencil or the pen leaked and it was so fat, the tip, you couldn't fit the name into the little slot. And if you didn't fit it into the little slot, apparently it didn't count. But nobody could use that pen and write it into the slot. So it was, you could say it's a shakedown problem, but when you think we've had this many years of democracy, and we had machines that worked, and we didn't make any mistakes in New York, and people in Florida made mistakes with CHADs, that the federal government had to go through all these machinations to pass the Help America to Vote Act, which sounded like we were so stupid we needed help. And then New York State did not comply because it was supposed to have done everything a year ago, but it waited. And we've paid, I think, $50 million for these machines, which are electronic, which can always break. And there was no unanimity in the districts of the instructions that people were given. So the person that I did, he came right over and saw my thing, and he could put it right in. He saw everything I did. So I said, can I turn it over? And he said, yes, you can, now that he'd seen it.
Yes.
So
Well, there are several issues here. I mean, one is the privacy, very legitimate issue for sure. But what happened with the in the 4 districts that cannot report results
tonight?
tonight?
That's what we don't know, but I just came by the town center, and a moving van is there. And the moving van presumably is going to take all of those machines someplace because they were impounded. New York State Supreme Court judge ordered or issued a temporary restraining order last night at the behest of the New York State Republican candidate for Attorney General, Mr. Donovan, to impound all the machines, I guess, throughout the state.
Last night?
Yes. So we knew that this morning. So then we got in touch with the county. Well, the clerk, and the old way, the clerk of the city or the town would put all these machines in one room, put a tape over it, and get a policeman to stand there until somebody examined them. But we don't have a room for these anymore. They have to go back to where the county was.
Well, years ago, the elections were turned over to the county. It was taken out of the purview of the town clerks.
That's correct, but the machines never went to the county.
I see. We always kept them local.
So we kept the machines in the town hall, all of them. And then we'd have the local moving company would come and move them to the site. After it was over at 10 o'clock, they'd move them right back into the town hall. They'd all be gathered in one spot. And we could have one policeman for 24 hours, 3 shifts that with tape thing, and they'd be fine. But now all over the county, if you were going to watch it, you'd have to put a policeman at every polling place.
Well,
so
it's just
the custody and control of the machine is not in the clerk. So the county was trying to push off onto the town the responsibility to obey this order. But the order was not directed to the town, it was directed to the county. So
well,
it was a mess.
How can the town possibly obey the order? I mean, if you
can't, we'd have
keep
no
the machines.
It was a impossibility.
But I've never heard, I maybe just don't know, that machines could be impounded prior to the election?
Apparently, if you think there's fraud, before the election starts, you can order that at the moment the door shuts at the polling place, they can be impounded.
I see. So voting has already taken place, but you have a preemptive order impounding the machines. I'd never heard of that.
But it was like, it just reminded me of some horrible thing that I'd seen on television with some little country that just started to be a democracy, trying to figure out what they were doing. And you got different answers all the time from the county. But I can't really blame the county. They were forced by the state to take over this procedure.
Well, they were, and these machines were adopted by the state as the best possible ones. You remember how we were all so eager to go to electronic voting, and then we found that those machines were so easy to tamper with.
And you can also hack into them.
That's exactly right. In Florida, in I think it was the last election or 2 elections past, machines in Sarasota came pre-voted. Don't bother to show up. We've already voted for you. Not so good. So
I mean, mechanical, you might think is old-fashioned, but mechanical is reliable, and you need a mechanic to do something to fix it. Now, this is an electronic thing where it takes very expert technicians to know how to fix things. You can't just train people to fix these like that. We had people that could fix the other machines when they broke. So we went from a very efficient, secure system where everybody could look at the back of the machine at the end of the day with a flashlight, and as these people called out the numbers, the Republican and Democrat would call out the same numbers. Now you can't see that. So I just hope we pull this thing together. The thing I'm worried about is if it's very close, what's the legitimacy of this election? That's what I'm worried about. I mean,
of course. Well, have you seen the numbers?
I saw some numbers. I was at the Republican headquarters, but we didn't have 4 districts in.
Right.
But I saw that there was a big turnout for the Democrats, not unexpectedly, in town district, Mamaroneck District 17 and 23, which are Orienta.
Yes.
And I didn't know what happened to Shore Acres, which I expect to be a big Democrat turnout.
Yes.
And the way I saw it, it looked like the Democrats were ahead of the Republicans in those districts.
Yes, that is how it has played out.
That's what you'd expect.
Right, right.
But I don't know what the other 4 districts, how they'll come out. Then remember, they told us there were more than 500 emergency ballots or absentee ballots that haven't been counted.
I see. We've heard different numbers throughout the evening, so it's hard to know exactly what that is. But that's also a question. What happens to emergency ballots? When do they get counted?
I don't know. They were put into orange bags, and then they were supposed to be zipped and then put in a blue bag, and they're then supposed to be brought to the town clerk. But they said there were so many ballots in these orange bags that they couldn't even zip them in some places.
Oh, gosh.
On South Barry Avenue at the MEMS headquarters, they had 2 machines broken virtually the whole time. That we had machines broken in just the town center. We had machines broken on Weaver Street Firehouse. And then what happens is you have people milling around. There was no order. It was kind of chaotic, especially in the town hall where I think you vote.
Yes, that's right.
The way they set the room up, people were wandering all around.
Well, you know, we were all
place.
puzzled. I happened to be District 17. I think that's my district. I always forget, yes. And the table used to be set up in the center of the hall. And there were many people just like me who walked over to the center and there was no table. And we were lost. And there was a gentleman who helped direct us. I mean, it wasn't that difficult.
Because there was virtually no continuity between the people who've done it for 50 years and the people that did it now, because these are all new people from the county. So that we used to have poll watchers and people that worked there from here. Now we have them from Peekskill and Mount Vernon, and they don't know where they are.
Well, you know, one of the things that occurred to me, the town center is a pretty nice place to vote. I mean, it's very comfortable and it's light. And we have some place to sit down. We all sat down up at the, at the bema, as we
Yes, you
say.
can. Up on the dais.
On the
yeah.
dais, and and there were some places to sit. And then there were these funny carols, I guess you call them, that were inadequate, where it wasn't big enough to even perch the ballot on, and people were struggling. And one of the things, my husband happened to just call it when I had just come home from voting, and I said, anybody who is compromised at all visually will be struggling with this ballot. It was hard to read.
Very hard.
And the print just wasn't a good quality print. It was too small or too fine.
We also heard that one of the names of one of the people this morning's name, the perforation went right through the person's name.
Oh my.
So when they ripped it off this like pad, like we used to have tablets, that's how they had them, that part of the name was not visible.
Now, one of the things also I was puzzled at is before you could insert your ballot into the optical scanner, it had to be torn. You had to bifurcate it. There was, I was very
that's
puzzled.
because in the village of Mamaroneck, you had two ballots. You had the general one for the state, and then you had the village ballot. In the town of Mamaroneck, we only had one ballot because we don't have a village election.
Oh, I see.
So
I didn't
you were
realize
the
that.
only ones that around here that had the two.
Because I wondered about that. If you're separating the ballot, what happens if one? I
What
was
happens
watching.
if one goes through and one doesn't go through?
Exactly. And is one registered to the right person? I don't know. So Valerie, so where do we stand now? It means that we do not have anything conclusive tonight. Nobody's going to be declared the victor, and nobody will give any.
Presumably nowhere through New York State. I mean, you'll have exit polls, and you'll have ways to figure out how many people, I guess, voted. But you won't know that until they count all these emergency and absentee ballots, which haven't been counted yet.
You see, now we've gotten different numbers. I was told that there were 96 emergency votes, but that there were 500 ballots not counted.
Okay, well that may be. You probably have better information than I
because
did.
of the
I got
districts
it
that
at
couldn't.
the headquarters.
Okay, so what was the mood at headquarters? People were.
Well, they were anxious.
Yes.
I mean, people were annoyed and irritated and anxious in the sense that they were worried actually about the country, as I am. This is a very bad situation. This has to be fixed. Then there was a kind of wait and see what happens on the election in the village. I think the mood was, okay, it's frustrating, I wish we could get some numbers.
I see.
But I don't think there was jubilation, but there was not depression either.
I know. Well, as also you think about how grateful we are that people take the bad news with the good. Nobody's rioting. Nobody is breaking windows. People are accepting the fact that there'll be a delayed result. Valerie, thank you so much
thank you
for
for
taking
having
the time.
me, Alice. Thank you for
Always.
doing this every time. You've been
I love it. It's
very
just
loyal and good.
Well, I appreciate
and
you
I
saying
always
that.
watch you. I mean, sometimes you repeat this. I mean,
we
when I
do.
go home, but sometimes the part at the headquarters isn't repeated. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, it should be repeated in total.
Okay,
and actually, we're on the website, too.
Oh,
so you
good.
can watch it at your leisure.
Okay, good. It'll be on there so I can watch it tomorrow?
Yes, it may even be
I'm just
streaming
wondering
live tonight.
what's happening to Susie and Bob Cohen. Probably their things are impounded, too.
Well,
It's the same
we don't
ballots.
know. We knew that it was close.
Yeah.
But I have no numbers and don't. Certainly, they'll have the same difficulty
Now,
because
on
of the impoundment.
television, on one of those CNN type things, they showed Donovan ahead of Schneiderman, which I was kind of surprised, but I don't know.
But we don't know what's reporting, what
No,
districts.
we don't.
What a confusing night. Valerie, thank you so much.
Thank
we
you,
will
Alice.
be in touch. You
Am I
stay
supposed
right
to stay right here just like Johnny Carson?
That's
You're not
right.
supposed to get up until there's a break.
That's right. We'll tell you when you can leave.
All right,
You're
thank
my
you.
captive until
Thank
then.
you.
Thanks again, Val. We're going to go back to the tape with Lisa Rosenshine that was pre-recorded. Again, we were talking about Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club. Lisa is the vice president of Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club. Do you anticipate, after these are finally built, and I know it has been a long trip for you, do you anticipate coming back to the village for additional seasonal housing?
No. What is agreed to and what is agreed in the stipulation is that as long as we get approval for these 23 units and this settlement goes through, we have agreed that we will not come back and seek additional seasonal housing. In terms of that.
In addition to seasonal housing, what else were you requesting that you felt the village was not agreeing to?
We requested, our original proposal included a new marina, which we have since dropped from our requests. It's still in the settlement agreement, but we have agreed to remove and omit the new marina, which is over by the Otter Creek side. It's not in Otter Creek, it's still in the harbor, but it's over on that side of the property. Basically because we've listened to what the planning board has requested of us and the community has requested of us.
Now, you've also gotten what they call a perimeter permit.
Yes.
I mean, that was included in the settlement agreement.
Yes, well, it's sort of. The perimeter permit is actually provided for in the settlement agreement that we have to go and apply for it. We're in the middle of the process of receiving our perimeter permit. The issue on the perimeter permit is the club itself got the breakwater and the docks approved in the 1980s, which is before perimeter permits were even instituted in the Village of Mamaroneck. We were signed off by the Army Corps of Engineers, the DEC, the OGS, which is the Office of General Services of New York State. Those were the regulatory agencies at the time for this docking facility. We received all the permits we were supposed to. We received everything that we needed and sign-offs we needed on the breakwater and the docks. And just like all the other docks in Mamaroneck, we had to go back in now and get this perimeter permit, which was put into place afterwards. Many of the other clubs have done it also. It's just, unfortunately, our club seems to always be singled out with everything that we go in and file for, that we need to do many different things that no one else has been asked to do.
I'm trying to understand. The perimeter permit allows you to have docks within the boundaries of the club.
Within the boundaries of a perimeter in the water, actually, yes.
Okay. So is that not a marina?
It is. It is the village's approval process for the docks, which was, the village did not have an approval process back, or I actually don't know if they didn't have one, but I know that they did not have a perimeter permit approval process in place in the 1980s. In the 1980s, as I understand it, the state and the federal government were the regulatory agencies, and the village followed suit in terms of that.
I understand, but if you are saying that you're withdrawing your request for a marina, that the club is no longer interested in doing
for
that.
a new marina. We're going to keep our existing marina. That's the difference.
Okay.
We have an existing marina that's over on the other side of, as I'm using my hands, okay, we have an existing marina that is over by the Long Island Sound side of the property with a breakwater that has also garnered a lot of attention. And that docking facility will remain in place. That docking facility is fully compliant. It is, there are no violations on it, and we are seeking the perimeter permit for that docking facility, which is an existing docking facility.
It's existing. How many docks are there?
Now we have 47 boats docked at our facility. Our approvals range with the state between 54 and 56, depending on which document you read.
Now, are all people who have a mooring here members of the club? Welcome back. Thanks, Valerie O'Keefe, for joining us in the studio just a few moments ago, and to express her confusion and dismay over all that's happened today. We have some comments from the Democratic Party chair, Tom Murphy, and we're going to bring that to you in just a few moments. As I've reported before, we are not going to have results for the Village of Mamaroneck races. I wonder what's happening throughout the entire state today and what races will be declared. As we know, Andrew Cuomo has declared himself the winner, but I wonder, with so many machines impounded, whether that will hold. We do have numbers that were the last ones reported, but as we have said before, we know there are emergency votes that are not going to be counted tonight, and all of the machines in the Village of Mamaroneck are impounded now, are going to be held in a secure location until Wednesday, at which point I assume we're going to know more about how and when they're going to be counted. We're going to go to now a tape of Tom Murphy at the Democratic headquarters in the Village of Mamaroneck. Let's go to the tape.
A lot of reasons to be cautiously optimistic, but we don't have the ability right now to declare victory. There's a lot of ballots that are out there. There are 3 districts that have not reported: Rhinebeck 24, Mamaroneck 4, and Mamaroneck 22. The numbers right now are in our favor, but this is Mamaroneck, and you never know what's going to happen. So all I can tell you tonight is that things look good, and based upon the districts that are not in and the number of ballots that are still out, there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic.
I have some wonderful guests in the studio with me tonight. Mayor Norman Rosenblum and Deputy Mayor Lou Santoro. Thank you for coming in. You guys have had quite a night. Huh?
Very interesting, yes. And as we just noted, the Democrats ran a great campaign, and they have good reason to be very optimistic as the numbers are now. I would predict that it's favorable, although you don't know. I think the sad part for the electorate in general, for both parties and everyone involved, is the fact that this election seems to be a disaster, not only in the village of Mamaroneck, but statewide. I feel it's sad in the sense that generally you'll have an election of 35 to 40%, but even in the contested, maybe 50% at the most. And the frustrations that have been expressed today, it was just so phenomenal, the breakdown in the system, that what I'm afraid of is you'll even have less people voting and getting involved. But, as bad as it is, God bless America, it's better than any other system.
Well, I just said this to Valerie, that this is very dismaying. There's no question about it. But nobody's rioting. Nobody's breaking windows. Nobody's getting, well, I know people are frustrated and probably, downing a few beers here and there. Yeah. But nobody's getting violent. At least we haven't heard any reports of that, unless you want to dispute that. People are upset, but they believe in the integrity of the system and that it will prevail, and they're putting their confidence in the law.
Right.
The machines are impounded, as I said, until Wednesday, I understand.
Right.
And
when they count.
I think a week from tomorrow.
A week from tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
A week from Wednesday.
Right.
Well, the problem is that originally, when the village ran it, the village office would be responsible for it. Now, when it went from March to November, and the county does it, the county's involved. So the village actually has no jurisdiction whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, as you said before, it's very frustrating, and it's a shame. There were people that are very excited, and of course, they demand certain things, but the system will work out itself.
Right. Well, as you said, nobody's being violent or being
No,
untoward about this. They can talk a good show.
There was problems today in Mamaroneck from 6 o'clock this morning when the polls opened. At one of the locations on Palmer Ave, the firehouse, they opened the ballots and it said Village of Ossining.
Oh.
The Village of Ossining opened their ballots and it said Village of Mamaroneck. So they had to wait. They had to call the county. The county had to go up there, get their ballots, and so the people that came to vote early were turned away. There was machines, 4 or 5 machines.
They were turned away? They didn't have any...
They couldn't vote.
Couldn't vote. No
And
ballots
so they weren't
available.
even emergency votes?
Emergency ballots were sitting in a
Ran out.
warehouse up in Irvington.
Great.
And they had to go be picked up there. At the rescue squad building, the machine was down for 7 hours. Phone calls were made, and they said nobody was calling them. People at the polls said they were calling them. It was just very disheartening to see.
So that's not just the machines. This is a real
it's a whole
breakdown in
system.
the confidence
the whole
of
thing.
people handling it.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
And it's not, even if it was the other way around, the fact that you can't say because of the system that the Democrats are unjustifiably ahead. I mean, the vote is the vote that's out there.
Right.
There may be 500 to 1,000 votes. You don't know. It's a guesswork. But the problem I have is not the people voting. The problem I have is the people not being able to vote, and the system.
Yeah.
I mean, God bless America. It's a great place to live, and the system will live through it, and will work through it and everything else. But again, I'll repeat what my fear is. My fear is that this lessens the democratic process by people being so frustrated and not going to lose. That's if you see the results nationwide. There is sort of I wouldn't say a sweep. There's a leaning towards a Republican reaction to what's happened in the past couple of years, and that's based on frustration. I don't think the frustration has to do with political parties. It has to do more with the general people's conception of what government officials are. When we were asking the different candidates, pick out one thing that you would describe when they were walking door to door, and they didn't say, are you Republican, are you Democrat, they said, are you an incumbent? So, it's frustration. This only adds to it.
Well,
but at least the system does work. There's no, like you said, there's no rioting.
Right. I mean, we know this will be resolved. I think you hit on a very good point, which is the chilling effect it will have on voter turnout. I mean, people will feel their vote is misused, mistreated, or not counted. But look at the effect it might have on people putting themselves forward to run for office. Here you have a clear antagonism against incumbents for one,
and then you have the frustration of running, and you don't know.
I mean, I can only imagine what the candidate. You folks didn't have to run this time, so you
Thank
were the
God.
mentors.
Hopefully by next year the problem will be corrected.
It'll be corrected, but I'm sure you can speak for your colleagues, and I can only imagine their frustration.
Yeah.
You work so hard, and especially in a little village where you do go door to door. knocking. I mean, it's arduous.
You know,
And-
when the day finally comes after you've been campaigning for 4 or 5 months, the anticipation is there that you're going
Right.
to know one way or another.
Right, it's over.
What the outcome is, and
Right.
now not knowing for another 7 to 10 days just adds to the frustration. My concern is, what we're hearing is there's no system in place right now how they're going to correct the problems that they've had, and how they're going to count these votes. And the machines are impounded when we came over. They're being brought into the town center as we talk, you know, and they're under guard and stuff. And I really don't think the county knows how to correct the problem, how they're going to count these votes. There's one machine down at Volunteers Firehouse. There was over 310 votes casted, and they
can't
counted the
answer it.
votes. There was 24 votes that came out of the machine. So, and they asked the people there, and they're saying, well, you know, we were
But,
just
you
told
know,
to lock the machine.
But you know,
You know?
that should have been detected early on, shouldn't it? Because I know when I voted, it says I don't know, it was number 172.
Right.
I don't remember what the number was. And then we stood there and watched it as it registered 173. You know, I was the next
Right,
vote.
right.
And
So-
there should have been double. In other words, because you had two ballots, in essence. You had the state ballot,
Ballot, and then the
you had
village.
the local ballots. And when you went in, the top number was your vote, say it was 171. So that means it would be 342 on the bottom line, because you'd voted twice.
just,
But it isn't even that. It's the fact that, again, it comes back to the entire system, because the people that were trained for 2 or 3 days on this, they had no idea what to do. They were very frustrated. The one, I believe, was MEMS. It was out for several hours, and it's because a piece of paper was caught in a computer, and the guy comes, he opens it up, takes the paper out, and
It's
it
like
works.
a regular paper jam that
Right,
any
so
of
I
us
mean,
could
it's-
like a
it's
copy
just-
machine, yeah.
Sure.
It's a system that should have been tried out first, is what it is.
And,
It has nothing to do with the numbers.
Well, but
It
then,
has to do with
that's
the
a very
future.
interesting point. I take it only the trained person with the right key could open up the
Yeah,
machine.
and then there
I'm
was-
sure it's
So-
true.
There was an issue at one of the polling places at 1:15. They ran out of ballots. There was no more ballots, not even emergency
So
ballots.
that's
nothing.
inexcusable.
that's
And
it.
then they were
Yes.
taking the ballots, and people were voting by paper ballot. They would be put in an envelope. The envelopes weren't being sealed, and they were just being dropped in red bags, hazardous bags and stuff. So nobody, left hand, didn't know what the right hand was doing. You know, and it
my
wasn't their fault. You know, it was just there's no system in place how they correct these problems.
And again, it's not favoring, the Democrats or not favoring
Anyway.
the Republicans. It's a poor operating
This is,
system.
I think everybody needs
That's
to
the
get
first
together
fair
to
shake
raise
for anybody.
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
no.
I don't think it matters what party you
No,
are at
not
this
at all.
point. Everybody's
Not at all.
worked really hard.
Yeah.
I always remember the thing that Ted Kennedy had said, and I think it was repeated at his funeral. Even my most staunch opponents love this country as much as I do. We may disagree, but we
true.
all are, pulling for
right.
what we believe is the right thing. And I
Yeah.
think that at this moment, that's
Still a
the
friendly
place.
village. I mean, it's a small town.
Well, this has been a
Everybody knows
contentious
everybody.
election, wouldn't you say?
Well,
more
contentious only
negative
because
than-
there are very strong positions that are different on the, both John and Tony took with Mary Ann, myself, and Lou. Those are philosophical. I mean, it has nothing to do with personalities. Like I said before, you don't stand up and, like you see in sometimes in Korea or some of those other, they stand up and start fist fights and so on.
No, fortunately,
I
we do
mean,
not
so-
have.
no, we
You
don't
know, when
do
I
that.
was a young president of the League of Women Voters, I invited the president of the Yonkers League to come here and moderate our debate, and she was happy to do that for us. And that's what we would always do. We'd go to different communities. You never moderate a debate in your own community. And she came here, and I remember her feeling, I think we were in Village Hall at the time, and she said, "You don't need the police here." That there was no
So
danger.
shocked.
She even said that to the audience. Where I am, we have the police standing by. There's a reason for concern. And here, everybody was very orderly and treated each other with great cordiality. And people disagreed, but it was in a very
The village has a very long history, other than its general residents of its politicians, heatedly disagreeing, whether it be 5-0, 3-2, whatever it is. There's always a change. Actually, that's the strength of the democratic process. No one stays in forever. The ultimate jury is the electorate, and that's the way it works. We just want to make sure that the electorate has the best possible chance of making its choice known. That's what it really comes
Now,
down to.
we spoke a couple of months ago about issues in the village, and I have so many things I want to talk to you about, but tonight's not the night.
We'll be glad to come back.
I'm going to have you guys back
Yeah,
very
no
soon.
problem. I'd
And
like to.
okay, because we have lots to talk about. Earlier, I had recorded conversations with both Lisa Rosenshine, Vice President of Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club, and with Dan Natchez separately. about their positions on the settlement of the matters before the village, the dispute between the village and Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club. We're going to now go back to the interview with Dan Natchez, the second part of that interview. But thank you, Norman. Thank you, Lou, so much for being here.
I look forward to being here again.
Yeah, just let us know.
We'll
be here.
You stay right there for just a moment.
Okay.
Back to the tape.
Okay.
Dan, I understand what you're saying. Now, I asked Lisa Rosenshine many of the same questions that I'm asking you. And she responded to the assertion that the club has, on many occasions, acted without the required permits and in defiance of village codes. She claims that was not the case, and that they always did go and get the permits and the required approvals.
That's outright totally wrong. It's been documented by the DEC. It's been documented by the Department of State. I have taken pictures. The last time I took pictures, I got a letter from Bernie saying, never come on my property again. Why? He doesn't want anybody knowing what's going on.
Dan, Lisa also says that at one point you were a consultant for Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht when they were applying for a breakwater permit.
Breakwater and their two north and south marinas.
Lisa claims that you were discharged for cause and that much of your opposition is a vendetta that you have against the club.
It's interesting that Lisa was never even part of it nor around at the time, and that's totally false. If it was, it would be interesting that they would have paid us everything that we had billed them. It would be interesting that they've never raised the issue, and there are recourses for that. That's never been done. And basically, that is totally without merit and actually is somewhat, call it what you want. Let you make up your own word. It's just totally outright false.
Okay.
Let me make it very clear. I have nothing against Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht. Had I had something against Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht, I would not have argued for the breakwater, which many people did not like, and I would not have argued for the expansion of the marinas. I believe the club is a very big asset to this community as a club that follows the rules like everybody else.
Dan, did you part ways with them on good terms?
Not only did we part on good terms, but when they wanted to do seasonal housing, on 3 separate occasions, they tried to get us to represent them on it. Now, had we been, quote, dismissed for cause, had we been unworthy or not followed the procedures, why would you try and hire somebody to do that? And, there was 3 separate meetings.
Now, they also claim that the recently circulated photographs or architects' renderings of their planned housing, seasonal housing, are incorrect, and that they inflame the public into believing that what they're building is much grander than what they have in mind, and also that it doesn't show the setbacks that they've agreed to, setting back these structures 100 feet from the water. It looks as if they are perched right on the water.
What you see is what they proposed. They were based, those are their drawings, not ours, on their site plans, not ours. Actually, that's untrue. Not correct. It's their plans, their pictures, their drawings set on an actual picture of the water that we took and matched everything up. It was all done to scale. The scales are correct. The heights were there, the lengths were there, and what they did is they put it on a plan where they had clear-cut the property. So their argument was, well, all the trees are going to be in front of it so you won't see them. But the plan that they submitted had taken all the trees except one out. So to say that we've misrepresented something is entirely wrong. It's entirely factual. What they do not want you to know is what it's actually going to look like, what it is, and what they've done. And what you have is this ring of buildings around the beach that's next to the boathouse, which is next to the club, and you put a 3rd story on the club. That's what you see. That's what you're going to see.
Is your opposition based on the size of the structures? I know there are many reasons for the opposition, but the size of the structures are abhorrent to the neighbors? Or is it the precedent that this sets for other clubs and yacht yards?
There are two major issues here, okay? It is what the LWRP was to do, which was to remove the residences and the residential housing from the properties and keep them for water-dependent and water-enhanced uses for recreation. That's not being done. What you're doing is you're taking a huge amount of your space for residences, which for the future means that you can't do any more recreational activities without variances. It just limits the property and takes away from whatever the main purpose of keeping the clubs were there for. It sort of shatters the zoning.
Okay.
The second aspect.
Welcome back. I'm joined in the studio by Tom Murphy, the chair of the campaign committee of the Democratic Party in the village of Mamaroneck.
Hey, Alice.
Hi, Tom. Well, it's been quite a night for you folks.
It's been quite a night. It's been eventful, and it's not over yet. It's
Okay.
going to be a prolonged process.
I see that. Now, this has to be extremely difficult with a very clear Democratic lead, at least the last numbers that we saw. Perched, ready to declare victory?
No, I'm not ready to declare victory. You know, I've been through too many elections to count my chickens before they're hatched. But I'm very cautiously optimistic. And the reason I'm cautiously optimistic is there's a lot of problems in every ED. But the 3 EDs that are out, that we have no number.
Election districts.
Election districts, thank you. The 3 election districts that are still out are 24 in Rhinebeck, which has historically been favorable to the Republicans, 4 in Mamaroneck, which has historically been favorable to the Democrats, 22 in Mamaroneck, which is historically favorable to us. And then there are over, I would guess, 250 emergency ballots in Orienta. And Orienta, we usually win by 75%. So there's reason to be very hopeful and very optimistic for the Democratic team. But, you know, we're waiting, you know, and we won District 3 based upon the machine count. And District 3 is kind of like, I would say it's like an Ohio. You know what I mean? It's hard
pivotal district.
It's hard for the Republicans to win without 3. We can win without 3. It's hard for them to win without 3 because it's part of like.
Where is 3?
3 is from Mamaroneck Avenue. Election District 3 is from Mamaroneck Avenue to Fenimore Road, that whole area between the harbor and like the tracks.
I see. Very
So
complicated. Very complicated. But I wonder now, since the integrity of the entire system has been put in question, if we can rely on the numbers that we've received so far.
Well, the numbers that we received so far are directly off the machines. That's not going to change.
But won't those have to be recounted as well?
Well, it's on the machine. You know, that's not going to have to be recounted. Look, obviously, there's always room for, you know.
Will there be a challenge to those numbers?
I don't know. I'll have to see what the end result is from the county. You know, it's too early to speculate on will there be a challenge or not be a challenge. Well, this is what we know. We're not going to run the election over again. The election is over. You know, it was problematic, but you know, as they say, the rain falls equally on the fields of the just and the unjust. So you know, it happened to both sides. So whatever happens, happens. But all we know right now is the numbers that we have, and we could extrapolate from what we know to what we know is out there. And when you look at it statistically, you know, it's a good chance of us winning.
So you're heartened by the results?
I'm heartened, yeah. Listen, I'd rather be ahead than behind.
Of course.
You know what I mean? So,
of course. How are the candidates feeling about this?
you know, it's very hard for them. And I'm sure that's all 8 candidates, the 4 on the other side too. Because, you know, you work hard for months, you put your heart and soul into it, and you come to a spot where you think, all right, I'm going to get some conclusion tonight. And you don't get any conclusion. And it's just, I mean, this happened to me in 2004 where there was like a long count and we had to go to the absentee ballots and it's nerve-wracking.
Now, we've heard different numbers. I was given the number of 96 votes that were emergency votes. That
From
were
where?
That was earlier on in the evening.
That's
no longer
in
the right number.
Orienta 17, there was 145. In Orienta 23, there was I thought I heard 118. So right there you have whatever that is, like 263. So
that's a lot.
The machines were awful. They were awful. They broke down constantly, and they were broke down for hours. There weren't enough technicians. The poor people that they brought to worked these machines, they had very little training on them. They had trouble ripping the ballots out of the book.
Right.
It was very disappointing to live in Westchester County, New York, in the United States of America, and look at we can't run an election. And then it was very disappointing.
Well, it seemed like a bit of a step back to be filling in the little bubbles. I mean, I felt like I was taking SAT
right, and,
exams again.
You went to that stall, and you didn't really have any privacy.
Right, I've heard that over and over.
It was problematic. It really was, and I think we really have to look at. Obviously they're not going to buy new machines, but I love the old machines. I love the sound. I love the. You really felt like you had registered something.
Well, the truth is there were very few problems with them.
Yeah.
They got a bad rap, but not for any good reason.
Right. And because of Florida. And Florida did this to us.
I know. And when something didn't work, I remember having a pretty in-depth interview with the technicians, and I once did a behind
the scenes. In the town, it was great.
Right, and we once did a film of behind the scene with the voting machines.
Pat DiCiaccio.
Yes, that's right. She was still running the elections at that time before the county took them over. And 201, everyone said these machines are tamper-proof.
Right.
And when they break, they don't break down. Somebody breaks them.
Exactly.
That means that somebody went to push the lever before the curtain was closed, or
Right.
somebody defied the rules or what they'd been told to do, and they jammed the machine.
Right.
But that they were otherwise, they did not break.
They were dependable. They
Yes.
really were.
And when they read the numbers at the end, the numbers jived. There was just never a problem with them. It may take a few minutes to open the machine.
A lot of times you had problems with it, and it was just a matter of people being there for 15 hours. People transposing numbers.
Yes, well, that was just human error.
That's human error.
People
exactly.
were tired.
You're exactly right. The machines were pretty.
The machines were fine. I mean, that's part of this crazy system where you have to have elections inspectors who serve all day. And it is an excruciatingly long day.
It's awful. It's 15 hours and one break.
I mean, that's just ridiculous. You have to ask permission to use the restroom.
And a lot of them are older folks, and
Yes.
I did it in 1980 in IS-70 in New York City when I lived in New York City, and I was 19 years old, and I just thought it would never end.
Yes, it's a really long day, and people claim they're underpaid. Actually, here they're paid pretty well. Our inspectors get almost, I think it's $200 for the day.
I got 50 in 1980.
And it was quite a difference,
Yeah.
and they upped the price. I would have thought it would be an attractive job for college students. I mean, $200 for a day, and you can really be reading a lot of the time when you're not busy. Although I was told today by I voted District 17 that it was busy all day. That's at the town center. They said from 6 a.m. on, it just never stopped.
Right.
So what does that tell us?
When I went to vote at 8, and before I took my little guy to school, I took off today, and we had to circle around to get a spot.
So then people really came out for this election, which is a good thing.
Yeah, it's really good.
I mean, we like to see people involved. Do you think that this will be a turnoff to voters because of the way this?
I hope not. My hope is that this is part of a larger learning process, both for the county, the election workers, and the voters. I hope not. I really do. I mean, it's so important. No matter what happens to you all year long, there's no law or no man who can stop you from voting if you want to vote. And as I'm sure everyone knows, we have Americans all over the world fighting to give other people the right to vote. And for us not to vote here because I'm apathetic or these guys are, it's shameful.
Yeah.
It's shameful. If you're here and you're registered to vote, there's no reason not to vote. The apathy is just sickening. How's anything ever going to get better if we don't participate in it?
Well, then you make a very good point, though, about registering. Why would somebody not register to vote? People used to say to us, well, I'm going to get called for jury duty. But of course, you register to vote. You can register or be called for jury duty because you have a driver's license.
Well, you know what? Being called for jury duty is part of your responsibility as a citizen. You know what? Either you want to live here, you don't want to live here. You know what I mean? You're born here. You should be able to carry some of the burden that all of us have to carry. I have no time for people who say, I don't have time to vote. I don't have time for jury duty. I don't want to pay my taxes. Well, what do you want? You just want everything's a free ride? Come on. We all got to chip in here.
Well, we're on the same page there, but how do we convince people who don't feel that way?
You know what? I think by having conversations like this, I think sometimes we're too afraid of having an argument where there's a pro and a con and people disagree because sometimes people say, it'll look like we're being argumentative. Well, some things you should argue over. There's 2 points of view. And if you want to get your point across, and I think this is a real problem with Democrats, and has been a problem with Democrats in the past few years. We're afraid to express our opinions. We're afraid that to be labeled as a liberal or to be labeled as left of center. If you're left of center, that's fine. What's your point? What do you want to do? And let's make the argument about what we want to do. Let's have them make the argument about what they want to do, and let's see what happens.
Now, in the
we're running away from the argument as Democrats.
That's an interesting perspective, and I think it probably is accurate. In the week that we will be waiting for the machines to be open, will people be arguing? Are we still going to hear campaign slogans? Are we going to be getting mailings? Are we going to be getting robocalls?
No, oh God, no. I'm so done.
So
man.
it's over.
It's over. The votes have been cast.
Okay.
It's time to try and work for the village and move forward here. Whatever will be, will be. I feel like I'm singing Que Sera, Sera, right?
Well, but we know there will be an orderly resolution.
Yeah, at the end of the day, who wins, we'll know in a week. I think it'll be closer than a week, but we'll know soon who.
Well, we can't know till a week from Wednesday when the machines will be open.
A week from Wednesday?
Yes, that's what I'm told, yes, that they're impounded until, I thought it was tomorrow, Wednesday, but apparently it's a week from Wednesday.
Who told you that?
Mayor Rosenblum.
Yeah, let's check on that, because that sounds like a real long time.
It does sound like a long time, but it's unlikely that they can get it all done tomorrow.
No, I don't think it'll be done tomorrow.
Well, you know what? We're going to find out what the answer is, and we're going to post it on our website.
The 2004 year, the machines were impounded too, and they still opened them up
within a day.
Not within a day, but
if they said Wednesday, they're probably talking.
They run. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do.
We're going to find out, and we're going to post it on our website for anybody who wants to know, or we'll, report it. However, we'll do it. Turn to LMC-TV.org.
And when you do, we'll put a link on the Dems website so that people can go see it.
So we'll find it. Tom, thank you so much for coming
in. Always a pleasure.
It's a pleasure. We ask you to stay put for just a moment.
Okay.
I want to take a moment to thank all the folks who worked so hard to make this production happen, especially our producer, Dina Schumacher, who's done so much and overtime. Thank you. What a gal. Our director, Seth Rothman. I can't name everybody, but please watch our credits. We couldn't do this alone. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Well done.
Thank you. Just stay for a sec till they tell us we're free.
No problem.